Home sweet home. The Tribe returns to Progressive Field where they have won 9 of their last 11, and they'll take on Seattle and Detroit. First up, Eric Wedge's Mariners, who haven't lost a series since April 24th back in Houston. Ubaldo Jimenez has had 3 strong starts in a row and looks to make it an even 4 next on Sports Time Ohio. Back home at Progressive Field as the Indians open a 4-game series against the Seattle Mariners. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. Tribe opens the series tonight with Ubaldo Jimenez on the mound, and Ubaldo Jimenez has now done something that he has not done since the Indians traded for him back in 2011. He's won 3 starts in a row.
Well, he's been very, very consistent, and I think it all stems off fastball command. When you think about it, he's had something to go with that fastball in his last 3 starts, whether it's the slider, whether it's the changeup, whether it's the splitter, but he's gone out and he's had 71 counts, 34 times he's been 0-2 or 1-2 in those 71 counts, so it's been amazing. He's been ahead in the count. It's been much easier for him. He'll be matched up against Brandon Maurer, the rookie, never pitched against the Indians, 2-5 and a .597, a big guy with a strong arm.
Well, the Cleveland Indians start play tonight tied with the Detroit Tigers atop the American League Central Division standings. Seattle just a game within that 500 mark, but already 7 games in back of first place Texas in the AL West. Stay tuned. It's the Indians and the Mariners as they square off for the first time here in 2013, and we've got all the play-by-play action coming up next. Beautiful evening here in downtown Cleveland as the Indians host the Seattle Mariners. It's the first of 4 games tonight, tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday. Seattle playing pretty good baseball. They come in with a mark of 20-21, but as I mentioned In the open there, even though they're in second place, they're still 7 games in back of Texas. The Rangers 27-14. The Indians, on the other hand, they're playing well. 7 out of 10 in the win column. 14 of their last 18 have gone to the good guys. And they are tied atop the Central with Detroit. Ubaldo Jimenez leads the Indians out onto the field. He has been on a very good roll of late. And we'll see if that can continue here tonight against a primarily left-handed hitting Seattle Mariners lineup. For Eric Wedge's ball club tonight, Michael Saunders will lead it off, followed by Dustin Ackley, and then Kyle Seager batting third. He's been hot against the Indians. Kendry Morales, the switch-hitting DH, hits cleanup. Then Justin Smoke, another switch hitter. Raul Ibanez, sixth. Right-handed batter Kelly Shopik, the former Indian, will hit seventh. And Endy Chavez, another left-handed bat. Brendan Ryan, the only other right-handed bat, batting shortstop and hitting ninth.
Well, Ubaldo Jimenez making his 8th start tonight against the Seattle Mariners. He is 3-2. His ERA is down to 5.55. In his last 3 starts, he has lowered it because it used to be above 10. So he has been that good. He has been pitching ahead in the count. He has mixed a very solid fastball to go with a curveball or a changeup, a good slider. But I think the key for Ubaldo, he hasn't overthrown. He's throwing strikes. He's pitching in good counts, and he's getting outs like he needs to do. Let's hope it continues because he's been fun to watch. Let's take a look at the Kia's Indians defense tonight. It's Brantley in left, Bourne in center, Stubbs is in right, Reynolds is at third, Cabrera at short, Kipnis at second, Swisher at first, Santana behind the plate. 10th game and 9th start for Mark Reynolds over at third base.
Tim Timmons will call the balls and strikes. Mike Winters is at first base, Mark Wegner at second, and Laz Diaz down at third. So we're ready to go as Ubaldo Jimenez will face Michael Saunders to start the game here tonight. Indians enjoying a day off yesterday. And now 20 games and 20 nights. We're underway. The pitch is up high for ball one. Our game time temperature is 58 degrees.
Boy, it seems like it's better than that, doesn't it?
You know, the wind is blowing out of the north, right off the lake. So it really has kept things cool, especially if you're close to the lake all day long. Jimenez with a 1-1. Down low with it. 2 balls and a strike. Saunders, a .262 hitter with 4 homers, a dozen runs batted in on the year. That's foul up the first base side.
Saunders, a guy. It seemed like he beat us up a lot last year. Although they were evenly matched between the Mariners and the Indians.
Last year, Saunders hit .333 against the Indians. Full count. He had 3 homers and 7 runs batted in.
He had some big hits for him, I remember. Yes, he did.
Take strike 3 called. So Jimenez gets Saunders for out number 1.
This ball had movement, Matt. I think it was a changeup. You come back. Look at the movement on that pitch. Excellent. Comes back, and it locked him up. So good movement. I'm guessing that was a changeup.
Whatever it was, Saunders could only admire it. Now Dustin Ackley takes a fastball away for ball 1. Fastball command has been the key to the resurgence of Ubaldo Jimenez. Down low with a splitter, and it's 2-0. I mean, when you think about it, Jimenez comes in here tonight with a .555 ERA. Prior to his last 3 starts, that ERA was up over 10. So he's almost cut it in half in 3 straight very good outings as that pitch is lifted foul out of play.
But he's gone deep into the games. When you look at the innings he's pitched, he went, what did he go, 6 innings against Detroit, 5 2/3 against Oakland, 7 against Kansas City.
Out of play.
Not that it's going really deep into the game like you would like to see some of your starters, but it's in the move in the right direction where he's been pitching ahead in the count. He has faced 71 batters, 34 times out of those 71 hitters. He's had 2-0 or 1-0 or 1-2 counts.
Right. Strike 3 called. He's locked up the first 2 Mariners to start the game. That just looked like a two-seam fastball.
Yeah, that was a dart right there. Throw it down, away, watch the ball go. Boom, right there. Nice fastball.
Rick, we talked about Corey Kluber and the success he has when he gets ahead as opposed to falling behind.
The 1-1 counts for Kluber was,
staggering difference for him. And for Jimenez, that really seems to be the key to his resurgence here, getting ahead with his fastball, then able to throw the curveball and the splitter.
Well, that's exactly what he got Kluber to do. Mickey Callaway did in his last start. Use your fastball more, man. Get away from the cutters. Get the hitters, because essentially what that does, it makes an 88-mile-an-hour pitch, which is a very hittable pitch because the hitters are looking for that. He's got a good 2-seam fastball he stayed with. Jimenez is coming back using his fastball. It's telling pitchers, hey, use your best pitch and go off of that. It's really basic baseball, but for whatever reason, they're listening.
Kyle Seager down on the count 0-2. A little bit high with the heater. Crowd still filing into Progressive Field on this Friday evening. Lower bowl looks like it's close to filled up. Fans filing into the upper deck tonight. 1-2 pitch. Outside, he missed with it. 2-2 the count. Mentioned Seager. Look at the numbers at Progressive Field. Just in 6 games, he's hit .500. Breaking ball hit on the ground. What a wow! That ball was blistered, and Swisher was lucky it didn't eat him alive. He got leather on it, but all he could do was deflect it into right field, and Seager has himself another hit.
Well, we've seen Swisher snag it before. He made a play like that 3 or 4 days ago, and he was able to hold on to it. That one was smoked by Seager. It'll go as a base hit into right field.
22 hits and 52 career at-bats against the Indians for Kyle Seager. Now Kenry Morales, the former Angel, rips one down the line, but that is just foul. Not by much either.
You know, I'm surprised that ball stayed as fair as,
it
was as true as it did, I should say. A lot of times when that ball hooks, I mean, you get inside, it hooks, but that one did not. Sort of fooled me because it goes right down the line, and you can see it missed by about a foot or so. But
Morales gestured toward the Mariner dugout that ball was straight right down the line. Normally, a ball like that will hook. Up high
especially with that breaker ball coming in, you have to get the barrel head of the bat out if you don't crack your bat, and it's going to have that spin that makes it hook. That one did not.
Seager able to keep the inning alive for Seattle. Now Morales with a 1-1 count. Another ball down the line. This one is foul too.
Oh,
not
boy.
by much again. In fact, Mike Brumley, the first base coach, has his hand on his head as if to say, I thought that was fair.
He's flirting.
Eric Wedge is on the top step of the dugout. He's wondering to know if he should come out and argue it.
Well, he's looking for a reaction. If his coach gave him a little more reaction, he would have been out. And that just missed by a ball width.
Wow, good call. It was foul, but not by much.
That missed by a ball. That wakes him up. That gets the blood flowing. I think it's safe to say you better stay away because every pitch on the inside part, he's getting closer and closer to that line.
1-2 pitch. Down in the dirty, wouldn't chase. Good block by Santana. There we go now with a 2-2 pitch. And it's low, full count. Seager will be off now on this 3-2 pitch. The payoff, right back to him, and he's got it in his glove to end the inning. Hit it off the end of the bat, but Jimenez able to glove it to retire the side. Mariners do not score. Indians coming to bat. And let's look at the Tribe starting nine, brought to you by Progressive, making it easy to bundle your home and car insurance. Michael Bourne in the top spot, followed by Jason Kipnis. 5 of his 6 home runs have come in the first inning this year. As Drupal Cabrera hitting third, then Nick Swisher cleanup, Carlos Santana fifth, Jason Giambi DHing hitting sixth, then Mark Reynolds, Michael Brantley, and Drew Stubs.
22-year-old Brandon Maurer making his 8th start. This is only his 2nd start outside of the Western Division. His last one coming against the Orioles, which he lost. He went 4 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs. Big, strong guy. They haven't supported him very well. But first time he is going to be facing the Indians.
Michael Bourne looks at a fastball outside for ball 1. Call to strike just over the outside corner. Since coming off the DL, Michael 3 hits and 19 at-bats. He has drawn 3 walks. And a called strike over the inside corner. Swung on and missed. He really moved the ball in and out well on Bourne to record the strikeout. Well, back on Wednesday in Philadelphia, Jason Kipnis had a good day at the dish. Going the other way a couple of times for doubles. One right off the end of the bat. And then his first home run of the year that wasn't in the first inning. An 8th inning 3-run smash that put it out of reach for the Tribe. Great clips. It's going to be great.
Told Ty Van Berkeley, he said, look, I figured I didn't want to get hit my first at-bat so we could get a couple of them. He ended up getting 3 after making an out in his first at-bat.
But that was a loud out, too. He drove it to the warning track just to the left of straightaway center field. 1 ball, 1 strike.
But as a hitter, you still say it was an out. You know?
Yeah, that's right.
If you blooped one in, you would have said, I had 4 hits. You don't care about how hard it was hit.
Missed inside with it. 2-1 to count. Now he's been on a hot streak here in the month of May, driving in 16 runs. Only Justin Morneau has pushed more across.
He's second on the team. He has 20 RBIs, and he started off the month of April. It was terrible. So something certainly clicked.
That's outside, and it's ball 4. So Kipnis draws a 1-out walk, and the Indians have a base runner for Asdrubal Cabrera. Got a look at our keys to the game tonight. Ubaldo Jimenez hoping to continue the trend of his last 3 starts and try to get to Mauer early. That has been his Achilles heel, is getting out of first inning trouble.
Yeah, he has an ERA of over 16. 6 2/3 innings, 12 earned runs, and hitters hitting .412 in the first inning against Mauer. But like a lot of young pitchers, this kid pitched in Double-A last year. So, it may take a little, get yourself ready or acclimated to different ballparks. That third deck up there, as we say, when you get out of the minor leagues, you get up here, it's a little different.
Asdrubal Cabrera. He went 3 for 8 in the 2-game set against Philadelphia. Drove in a couple of runs with a key 2-out hit.
Number 3 hitters have had their way with him this season as well. Not this time.
Double play ball. Ryan to Ackley on the smoke. That'll end the first. No score after 1. Ball is brought to you by McDonald's new Premium McWrap. Try one today. And by Kia. No score as we go to the second inning. For Seattle, Justin Smoke, Raul Ibanez, and Kelly Shopik do up.
Smoke moved up then the lineup earlier today. There was a scratch. Michael Morse was in the original lineup, and then they changed it to, half an hour before game time?
Yeah. Now about an hour, actually. It was closer to an hour before the game. Michael Morse, you wonder, and this happens to players sometime. They said eye irritation. You wonder, did he have something in his eye and maybe inadvertently had a batting glove on with a little pine tar on it and went to rub it? You never know what could happen.
Well, they take a big bat out of that lineup,
yeah.
And, because he's been doing very well in the number 5 hole, and that's where Justin Smoke's sitting right now.
A 1-2 pitch. Missed inside with a 2-2. Right back out of play. It stays 2 balls, 2 strikes. I don't know anybody who can grow a beard faster than Eric Wedge. He's like a chia pet. You just throw some water on that thing and boom. He can look like Santa Claus in 2 weeks.
Yeah, he shaved yesterday before the game at Yankee Stadium.
Here's the 2-2. That's lifted foul down the line and out of play.
Well, the one thing now for the first 5 hitters for the Mariners, they've all seen at least 5 pitches.
Two and two the count as Jimenez shakes him off a few times. Now he delivers. Strikes him out. Third K for Jimenez. One down here in the second. Here's our stat of the game, brought to you by your Northern Ohio Buick dealers. And since April 25th, so roughly the end of the first month, these two clubs very similar in how they're getting it done.
Yeah, Indians with a little more offense, Mariners with a little better pitching.
You know, if you look at the AL West, most folks figured Texas would be either near or at the top of the standings, and most folks figured Houston would be at the bottom. But I don't know anybody that would have thought it would be the Angels fighting to stay out of the cellar this far into the season. They're 15 and 26. They've lost 2 in a row.
And Oakland, I think, has been a little disappointment.
Yeah.
You know, everybody thought that with their good young pitching, they've added the bats. The West has been a disappointing division at this point, I think, for the first quarter.
Texas is the only team over 500.
Has held their head above water. They played very well. And everybody else under the 500 mark, and people thought that that was going to be, the best division in baseball. What turns out right now to this point, it certainly is not.
In fact, the most competitive division in all of baseball is the American League Central. Only 4 games separate first from last place, and it's been that way for a while as far as how closely bunched together.
It has. We've been saying that for a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, in Chicago, 3 games below 500, they've really been scuffling, and yet they're still very much alive and right there.
And, that this division could stay like that, for a long time this year, I think.
Now, the White Sox have won 3 straight to get to within 3 games of that break-even mark, but just the same, it shows you competitively how balanced it is right now.
They weren't hitting. The Sox weren't hitting. When they start hitting, they're going to win a lot of games.
Another strikeout for Jimenez, and now 4 Mariners have gone down via the K.
As I mentioned earlier, Matt, in his last 3 starts, he's had something that goes very well with his fastball. And in the last 3 games, it hasn't necessarily been, the curveball. One day it might have been a curveball. It's the changeup right now to this point. It was a changeup a couple games ago, or it might be a slider. But the command off that fastball, it's been one of his secondary pitches that he's been very successful. And tonight, it looks like the changeup.
Or a split. Sometimes it's hard to differentiate.
It could be, too, because he does throw a split as well.
Whatever it is, he gets ahead with a fastball and then able to take something off. Here's Kelly Shopik having a solid year so far, 263 average. A little bit outside. Shopik in 18 starts has a hit in 11 of those games. Fastball over the outside corner and a good one. He gets ahead 1-2 the count. Ubaldo struck out the first 2 in the first inning, but Kyle Seager kept the inning alive with a base hit. Now, after punching out the first 2 here in the second, the 1-2 to Shopik, and he strikes him out to whiff the side. Jimenez punches out 3 in the second, still no score. No scores. We go to the bottom half of the second inning. Nick Swisher, Carlos Santana, and Jason Giambi due up for the Indians. Swisher at .273 average, 6 homers, 16 driven in. And he has quietly put together a 4-game hit streak, going 5 for his last 15. Outside for ball one. Mauer got a double play ball to get out of the first inning.
Mauer guy, as I told you, he made the jump from Double A. He's the first Mariners starting pitcher to do that since Mike Hampton and John Cummings did it back in 1993.
Swish lost the bat. 1-1 to count.
Well, at least that one didn't go up into the seats. That one at least went back behind the umpire and the catcher. Stayed in play, let's put it that way.
Well, Rick, you mentioned he made the jump from Double A. He's also another study in how maybe unpredictable the draft can be. He was a 23rd round pick out of high school. And yet here he is, and the Mariners very high hopes for his future.
A big kid. He's 6'5" with a great arm. You know, so that could lead to a lot of places if you have the patience with him. The Seattle Mariners organization has some very good young pitchers in it.
Outside, ball 4. Second walk issued by Mauer. The Indians get their leadoff man aboard.
Well, that's right. We didn't settle. Let's check the Seattle defense behind Mauer tonight. They're rated 3rd in the league. It's Ibanez, Saunders, and Chavez in the outfield. Seager, Ryan, Ackley, Smoke on the infield, and Shopping behind the plate.
After the Mariners series with New York, Seattle had to reshuffle their bullpen. Hector Noesi, who threw 4 1/3 innings last night, was sent back to AAA because they needed some help. Danny Farquhar has been called up, 26-year-old. Man, he's got a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, so he'll be helping out of that Seattle bullpen tonight. Carlos Santana taking a strike as we look at the Firestone Complete Auto Care Extra Mile Index. Santana with a .588 slugging percentage, and you see teammate Mark Reynolds not far behind him. Santana looks at another strike. It's quickly 0-2. Half swing, foul.
Yeah, little emergency swing there. You know, on the season, Mauer averages about 16.5 pitches per inning. But his run support, you know, he has had 6 starts this year with 2 or less runs. And he got 3 games where he started, he had no run support. So offensively, on the days that he has pitched so far, he just hasn't had a whole lot of luck. Left-handers have done the most damage against him. They hit .358 with 5 homers. 5 of the 7 he has given up.
Just missing with the 2-strike pitch. Well, the one thing that gives you pause coming into tonight's game is the fact that the last 2 pitchers who have beaten the Indians go by the name of Pettibone and Nuno.
Yeah, they haven't faced him before.
So here's another young pitcher that the Indians don't really have. They have no track record.
Well, what you can tell them is that he won Cy Young down in Double A last year, and maybe they'll believe you.
Santana chops it foul. They have had incredible success against pitchers who have the hardware and have the credentials this
6
year.
out of 7, right, to this point.
Yeah, the only guy to get him was Jake Peavy of Chicago.
And they'll get another crack at him this year, and you know that.
Jason Giambi waiting on deck as Santana tries to battle his way out of a hole here. Missed inside, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That ball started to come back a little bit, not quite enough.
Snap throw, but Swisher not far from the bag. Carlos Santana, it doesn't seem like it was all that long ago. He was hitting above 350. I mean, he was hitting
He's in 380, 390.
Some ridiculous numbers. So he's cooled off. I mean, last 14 games, the average is just 213. He drills this one though to deep right field. Chavez back on the track. It's over his head and off the wall. Swisher headed for third. Santana in with a double. Well, he clobbered that one right on the barrel.
I think he heard you talking about it, that low average, and I mean, that was a vicious line drive. Nothing Chavez could do in right field but turn around and hope it stayed in the park and come back at you. And I mean, it was over his head in a hurry because I was watching Santana running. They might have had a chance at second base. He left the ball out over the plate. That puts Swisher at third, so the leadoff walk, Chavez played it nicely. Second and third, nobody out. So the Indians with a good opportunity to jump up top.
Jason Giambi will have an opportunity to put him on the board first. Infield back. Giambi takes a strike. Jason has swung the bat well, particularly with runners in scoring position. He's 5 out of 12. Not to mention Giambi, when he hits them, they usually carry. 5 out of his 9 hits have gone for extra bases, including 2 home runs. Took a little something off that time, and now it's 0-2. Nick Swisher, the runner at third. Carlos Santana at second. The infield back, outfield deep. The 0-2. High fly ball. This will get it done. Deep enough to right field. Swisher will tag at third. He's coming home. They're going to go for Santana at third base, but he slides in safely, and the ball, they catch a break to the Mariners because the ball hit the umpire, Laz Diaz. If it doesn't hit Diaz, perhaps Santana could have scored.
Well,
I'm not sure where the ball might have carried him to.
I was watching. I'll tell you who did a beautiful job on this play was Raul Ibanez, because that was a great job because you can move both runners. But on the throw over there, it's going to hit Santana. Raul Ibanez was back there. He wouldn't have gone anywhere. He's right behind the umpire. You may not get him in your screen. It hits him in the chest, but right behind there trailing. There he comes into your picture. Yeah. He was hustling from left field on that throw from right field. So there's always a job to be done. And this guy's in his late 30s, and he's still in position for it. That was a good hustle play on his part.
Giambi gets the job done, though, getting that run home from third. His 12th RBI gives the Indians a 1-0 lead, and now the Mariners bring the infield in with Santana at third and Mark Reynolds at the plate. Reynolds, 34 runs batted in on the year, and a chance now to make it a 2-0 game if he can get a ball in the air to the outfield. Ground ball won't get it done if it's hit at an infielder. 2-0 the count.
Well, and that's why you bring the infield in. You know, Seattle's bringing them in early because they don't want to give up that extra run. They haven't scored a lot of runs. But you take the chance. Reynolds is a swing and miss guy, and he hits a lot of balls in the air as well. So you take the chance that he's going to hit one on the ground.
He might not get one to hit here.
Well, that's fine. Then you bring up a guy that's got a very good eye and puts the ball in play.
Reynolds 34 runs batted in, third best in the American League. Only Miguel Cabrera and Chris Davis of Baltimore have driven in more. The 3-0 is hit right at the shortstop. And that can't get the run home, so now there are 2 down. So Reynolds thought he had a pitch to really mash on the 3-0, and instead he topped it into the ground.
Well, green light was there, and you know, you zone in. He felt he had a pitch to hit, and he beat it right in the ground. Look for the fastball. He had a fastball to hit. He just topped it.
So Michael Brantley with 2 down will try to deliver. And this has been a strong suit for this Indians team. It gets away. Oh, what a great break by Santana. He'll score easily. As soon as the ball was in the dirt, Santana was on his way home. And the Indians have a 2-0 lead on the wild pitch by Mauer.
Well, that's his 4th wild pitch, and boy, oh boy, that cost him a run. So now you don't even have to get a 2-out base hit, and they wrap it up for you. I don't know if that's is a changeup or something off speed or a splitter, but it's in the dirt, and nothing Shoppach could do as Santana scores the 2nd run.
Now the count 2-0 to Brantley. Not a play. Brandon Mauer. Ready with the 2-1 pitch. There's a strike call to even it up. Strikes him out to end the inning. But the damage done. A walk, a double, a sac fly, and a wild pitch, and the Indians have a 2-0 lead. Two 2-0 Indians on top as we go now to the 3rd inning of action. Endy Chavez, Brendan Ryan, and Michael Saunders due up for the Mariners. And Chavez lines a base hit into center field. 2nd hit for Seattle. Leadoff man aboard for the Mariners.
Well, sure, a guy that's not supposed to start steps right up, sees one pitch, and gets a base hit.
How often do you see that?
All the time.
Here's Brendan Ryan. And you can see there he has really been struggling offensively.
Well, he's always been a light hitting shortstop, but I mean defensively the guy is a wizard. You know, he's all leather, but you got to bring some offense to the table.
Well, he's hit in 3 straight games, 4 for his last 12.
I wouldn't be surprised to start the runner here.
And make it 5 for his last 13. So back-to-back singles, and the Mariners threatening to come right back here in the 3rd now.
Well, he gets a fastball to his liking and just hits it right into left field. No big deal. See ball hit it? He does. Back-to-back singles.
Now Michael Saunders, who was called out on strikes his first time up. Saunders double play ball to Kipnis. He goes to Cabrera. Back to Swisher. They turn 2. Chavez moves to 3rd. That is huge for Jimenez.
You know, I don't know if they felt like they should get aggressive now with Jimenez because he's been throwing a lot of strikes, because that's the 4th pitch of the inning. They have 2 singles, but they have 2 outs now on that ground ball double play. So he went over and tried to pull a pitch away and hit it right at Kipnis. They turned the double play, just what they needed.
You know, maybe Dave Hansen, the Mariners hitting coach, watched that first time through the order and said, hey guys, he's pounding the zone early, let's get after it. Or if it's just something the hitters saw on their own.
Well, you know, a lot of times hitters will look at the way he approaches other. You said they have a lot of left-handed hitters in there tonight. Well, you watch it 1 through 9 and watch the approach. And if they feel they're getting a fastball first pitch, they will make adjustments and get after it.
Ackley taking its 0-2. The pitch. Ran that fastball up out of the zone.
That you ball those 4th 0-2 count tonight, too.
Now the 1-2. Breaking ball hit on the ground to Kipnis again.
Good job.
Waits back on it. Throws him out. An 8-pitch 3rd inning. Jimenez gets out of it after the Mariners got 2 singles to start it. 2-0 Cleveland. As you enjoy a cold one, to stay tuned later in the game for Miller Time. Brought to you by Miller Lite. Drew Stubs will lead off the home half of the third inning. Well, the Mariners got those back-to-back hits to open the top half of the inning, but they do not score, and it brought to mind something that I'd read earlier today. Seattle and Cleveland both have really thrived on the long ball this year. Now, the Indians have done more so than Seattle, but when you look at it, the Mariners have scored a higher percentage of their runs via the homer than any other team.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss by Stubs. The Indians, second most, almost 43% of their runs have come on the homer. But they've hit a lot more than Seattle. And
well, you know, in Seattle, they did bring the fences in a little bit, but they went out to try and generate some offense in the offseason through trades.
Stubs thrown out by Kyle Seager. One down here in the third. Let's check in with Katie Witham.
Well, guys, make sure you come out to the ballpark early tomorrow for that 105 start. The first 10,000 fans through the gates are going to take home this rally cap, courtesy of Strickland's Frozen Custard. I'm liking it. I think you'll like it, too. Make sure to get here early. Rick, I did put one upstairs for you just in case you want to try to be as cool as me today. I don't know.
So your hat's not inside out. It just looks that way.
It just looks that way.
No, her
and
head's
I like it.
inside out. Cap's fine.
Michael Bourne bunts one foul. Bourne, a strikeout victim his first time up. One down here in the third. It'll be a great weekend here at the ballpark. Rare that we have 3 consecutive day games.
We were talking about that before. Yeah, Monday's a noon game, as a matter of fact. And tomorrow, I think there's only one more Saturday, 1 o'clock start.
Almost got him, pushed him back off the plate. School's almost out for the summer.
Getting there, huh?
Down to the last 2 weeks in my neck of the neighborhood.
Yeah, that's about around Ohio, I would think.
Broke his bat, gets it by the pitcher, though. Going to be a close play. The throw not in time, and the ball gets by, but Bourne realizes he can't advance.
Well, one of those plays for Ackley where you got a barehanded. Bourne, he was jammed, and once it got by the pitcher, you know, and he was on a full sprint. That's why he picked the ball up going by it, but he couldn't stop to go to second base. You realize it's going to hit something and come back. But it does go as an infield single, so speed pays off right there.
And I don't think it would have mattered. I think a fan grabbed the ball anyway, so I think he was stuck there, even if he wanted to go to second.
Okay.
Now Jason Kipnis, who walked his first time up. Jason Kipnis swinging a hot bat, doing some damage. Not only has he been driving them in, but he's been getting on, so he's been scoring them as well.
Well, where do we get the opportunity to watch these two go at it 1-2 in the lineup where Bourne reaches base, he can steal, you know, if he wants or he feels comfortable, and they get to know each other a little bit, and Kipnis can drive him in from second with a single.
Or as you know from experience, just Bourne's presence alone could distract the pitcher enough for Kipnis to get some fat mistakes.
Yeah, well, get him more fastballs.
Yep.
It sure will. You see, and the last pitch, he did go with a slide step. First pitch, he was about 1-3 or just a little over that, which is above average. But he can also, he's going to try and change that pattern a little bit on you, and he will sneak one in, a slide step.
Two-one is right there, outside part of the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. One
You know,
down here in the third.
And we talked to Michael Bourne in spring training, and he says, look, I don't want these guys to take any pitches. You know, you go ahead, you go hit. He doesn't want you to take pitches for him. He'll get them if it needs it. You get a pitch to your liking and get after it. That's even more important.
Slowly chopped to the mound. Mauer's throw to second. They get one there, but they cannot turn 2. That's a good play by Mauer, albeit potentially a risky one, but he made a good, strong throw to erase Bourne. 2 down. Let's take a look at our trivia question tonight, brought to you by AT&T. 2 of the first 5 players to reach 3,000 hits did so with the Indians. Who are those 2? As Dribble Cabrera banged into a double play his first time up. Way outside, good stab by Shopik. Indians on top 2-0. They scored 2 in the second. Swisher walked. Santana doubled him to third. Nick came home on a sac fly by Giambi. Santana scored on a wild pitch. Jason Kipnis will take off on you. He has 7 stolen bases to lead the team. He's kind of one of those players. He doesn't like standing still. He wants to move on to the next base every time, whether he's at first or second or third.
Well, sometimes when there's 2 outs, you let this guy have an opportunity to either find that hole. If he gets to 2 strikes and he gets buried in the count, you can go ahead and try.
There he goes. Pitches down low. Shopik's throw. Boy, they got him, I think. Did he hold on to it? He did. And now is Kipnis all right? Boy, that was a pretty awkward-looking collision. Kipnis is down. So is Ryan, the Mariners shortstop. I'm not sure if Ryan caught a knee on the head of Kipnis or if maybe it was into the shoulder area. It looked like right head, right on the shin. And we got a mess now. is back on the field at his position at second base. It didn't look good there initially when he went in head first, and he's still kind of rolling his head around, checking the range of motion in his neck. But I think his neck got pushed either back or to the side. Watch it again here when he goes into the leg head first.
Well, you come down and it's sort of tilted. His head was turned, and he jammed his leg, and then Ryan took the brunt of it. He's got that as he did make the tag. But Kipnis' head was turned a little bit.
Kyle Seager trying to bunt his way aboard. It goes foul. Just in front of the bag. It nearly hit third base.
I'll tell you what, that barely missed it. Reynolds would not have had a play, so that was a pretty good idea. Seager hit a bullet to right field, line drive past Swisher last time, but this one bunted hard. You can see where Reynolds is coming from. Again, that shift is over, and early in the count sometimes you have to stay put.
I tell you what, if that ball had gone over the bag, it might have been a double because it was bunted so hard.
He's back a lot closer to third base now until he gets the 2 strikes, I would imagine.
Fouls it back.
Now he can go back.
0-2 the count. And this is now the 5th 0-2 count for Jimenez. Coming off an 8-pitch third inning. Fouled away. Brett Myers had a rehab start tonight at Double-A Akron. And Myers, the right-hander, went 3 innings, gave up just 1 hit. 1 walk, no strikeouts. 33 pitches, 18 strikes. The 0-2 is outside and low. Chopper in the hole. Swisher flags this one down from his knees, throws a strike. And there is 1 gone here in the 4th on a terrific play at first by Nick Swisher.
Well, 1 for 2 now. Seager got one past Swisher at first. This time Swisher gets him and snags it. It's going to be our McDonald's. I'm loving it. The first one hit much harder. That one was on the high hop. But I'll tell you, Swisher does a nice thing is when he's down the ground and flipping that ball to first base to the pitchers, he does a nice job of leading them to the base. There you go. I got you. Look at it. I got him this time.
Now here's Kendry Morales. Good at bat his first time up. He worked the count, and then he ended up lining a pitch right back to Jimenez, who made the catch.
That's after just missing the first baseline 2 times.
Twice. Yeah, you're right. Taking again 2-0 the count.
Oh.
That is drilled deep and gone. Whoa. A second deck shot for Kendry Morales. His 5th home run of the year. Give him 19 runs batted in. And the Indians lead cut in half at 2-1. You didn't worry about the foul line this time.
Well, this guy has very good power. They were able to get him from the Angels, and let's see the location of this pitch. Yeah, remember, he went inside on him twice. The first pitch was a slider. He just missed the line. This one, inside's his nitro zone, and he gives this one a ride. So Seattle on the board now, 4 hits, and they do have the 1 run.
.46th home run of the year for Seattle. And as I mentioned earlier, almost half of their runs come via the home run. Nick Swisher over near the seats, but out of room.
Well, that's the tough thing, though, Matt. You can't live by the home run because you will die by it. The Mariners are 14th in the league in hitting, second to last at 240. 14th in the league in runs scored. You know, they're last in stolen bases. So manufacturing runs is tough for them to do if they don't score with the home run ball.
Yeah, their team on base percentage is only .311.
So offensively, it's still been a challenge for this team, even though they can hit the home run.
There's strike 3 called. Half dozen punch outs for Jimenez, 2 down in the inning. Our injury report brought to you by Elk & Elk, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. That's a tough blow for the Tampa Bay Rays, even though Price has been struggling this year in 9 starts, an ERA of over 5, and he's down with a left tricep strain. First time he's been on the DL. Tampa Bay started the day 20-20, right at the break-even mark, 4.5 back of New York. Right back up the middle. It ticked off the glove of Jimenez, but it's Ibanez who has a base hit. 5th hit of the night for Seattle, and the inning stays alive.
Boy, there's that looked like a high changeup right back up the middle. He hit that ball right where it came from. And there you can see just off the edge of the glove of Jimenez. So Ibanez with a 2-out hit. 5 hits now for the Mariners.
Kelly Shoppach struck out his first time up. Down low with it. By the way, without David Price, Tampa Bay leads Baltimore 5-3 in the 3rd inning in Baltimore. A little bit outside, 2-0. Two-0 pitch, off speed, popped him up, back out of play. And the count is 2-1 now. Popped up again, foul, and out of play. And now back to even at 2-2. Big difference between the Indians and Mariners has been in that 2-out hitting category. The Tribe has hit .275 on the year, 3rd best in all of baseball. Seattle has hit just .224.
Yeah, 2-out hits and 2-out RBIs are worth their weight in gold.
And the 2-2 just a little bit outside, a full count.
Tries to make a perfect pitch with the breaking ball, and Shoppach doesn't offer at it. So Ibanez will get a head start at first now.
Runner goes. It's in the dirt, ball 4. So the inning will continue. First walk issued by Ubaldo tonight.
Well, MLB.com At Bat is the #1 source for live baseball everywhere you go. Available for iPhone, iPad, Android, and BlackBerry 10. At Bat delivers Indians baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, news, highlights, and more. Text at bat to 31826 or visit Indians.com.
Mickey Callaway surveys the situation. Jimenez with 2 base runners, 2 down. Andy Chavez singled right up the middle his first time up. Takes low, ball 1. And here comes Mickey out to talk to the right-hander. Seattle has not had much success in these situations. I mentioned as a team they're hitting .224 with 2 outs on the year. Well, when they have a runner in scoring position and there are 2 outs, that average dips all the way to 167. But they've got Andy Chavez up here right now, and he wasn't even in the original starting lineup, but pressed into action when Michael Morse was scratched with an eye irritation. Andy Chavez, as I mentioned, took a ball right back up the middle his first time up. He is 2 for 10 on the year with runners in scoring position. Swing and a miss, 1-1 to count.
Comes back with a nice slider. You know, a lot of times hitters think after that pitching coach or manager makes a stop to the mound that he's going to come back and throw me a nice heater. Well, he didn't. He threw him a good slider that he swings through.
And the 1-1.
There's the good
fastball.
Heater. Located well, I might add.
Pounded in, 1-2.
I think that's exactly what Mickey told him. All right, let's go. Throw that breaking ball for a strike and locate the heater.
And the 1-2 pitch. Well, grounded towards second. Kipnis fields, fires, got him. And the inning is over. Mariners get on the board with a home run, but they strand a pair. Middle of the 4th, 2-1 Cleveland. Find out which Browns player is happy just to be alive. Will this be an Indian summer and a pressing problem for the Browns? Get complete coverage of all today's action involving Ohio sports on FoxSportsOhio.com. The Browns had their charity golf outing earlier today. My charity outing was yesterday in Ashland. And
what a great day for that,
successful event. Thank you again for attending.
No, don't thank me. They're great people down there in Ashland.
Yeah, we had a great day, and the weather could not have been better. As Dribble Cabrera bounced into a double play his first time up, he was at bat when Jason Kipnis was thrown out trying to steal to end the 3rd. Kipnis banged into the shortstop, Brendan Ryan, went head first, collided with Ryan's leg. Shaken up initially, but able to return to action. Cabrera drives one high in the air, deep into center field, but Saunders has room to make the catch. 1 away. Let's go back to the Hyundai Studios right now for an in-game update with Al Pulowski.
Hey, Matt. Hey, Rick. Rays and Orioles tonight in Baltimore. Baltimore was ahead 3-1 in this one, but in the top of the third, the Rays score 4 runs, highlighted by this Kelly Johnson 3-run shot, his 6th of the year. Rays ahead now 5-3, heading to the top of the 4th in Baltimore. Matt?
All right, thanks, Al. Detroit, Texas are underway in the first inning. Boy, Justin Verlander.
Gave it up again last night. Yeah, 7 runs in the 3rd inning.
Odd fashion. I think he walked in a run or two.
Walked in 2 with the bases loaded.
Very un-Verlander-like.
Well, he did that when Giambi was hitting when we were in Detroit. You remember we said it was only the 4th time in his career. Well, he added to that last night a couple of times. And then a big 3-run homer. He couldn't get out of the 3rd. Well, we'll get him, I think, on Wednesday because they will end. Detroit comes in for a short 2-game series to end this homestand after Seattle's here for 4. And I think it's going to be Scherzer and Verlander, the same 2 we had up there in the first 2 games of that series.
Meanwhile, in that same game, Darvish threw 130 pitches. And Ron Washington was having to answer a lot of questions about the pitch count.
Well, of course, you always do.
Down in the dirt. Did he go? He did go. Swisher hustling to first, but is thrown out after Shopik alertly pounced on the ball and threw down to first. So 2 away. 3rd strikeout for Mauer. I think Swisher knew he had chased after it, so that's why he immediately took off. Pitch outside, ball 1 to Carlos Santana. Santana doubled his first time up. Sent one to deep right field over the head of Endy Chavez. Santana now with 7 homers and 12 doubles. He's driven in 16 on the year. In addition to David Price going on the DL, the Yankees put Andy Pettitte on the disabled list as well. A little bit high, and it's ball 4. Carlos walks on 4 pitches to keep the inning alive now for Jason Giambi.
Well, tonight is Dollar Dog Night. There's a very good crowd, and I think they've already sold 40,000 of them. So the next Dollar Dog Night will take place May 31st when the Tribe will take on the Tampa Bay Rays. So you can load up on hot dogs all night long like they're doing tonight. No telling what they're going to sell before the end of the night. So come on out. May 31st, Tampa Bay Rays in town.
Jason Giambi flied to right field, driving in a run with a sac fly in the 2nd inning. How about the new president of the Houston Astros?
Yeah,
Nolan Ryan's son.
Yep, I saw that.
And they were quick to say this is not just because of his last name, but he's a very sharp businessman. He's got his work cut out for him, obviously.
Yes, he does. Well, you know, the kid grew up down there after Nolan pitching there, so
yep.
Who knows?
Jason Giambi, he just missed driving one out of here his first time up. Gets himself into a good spot here, 2-0. with Santana at first and 2 down in the 4th. Indians leading at 2-1. Inside he missed. 3 balls, no strikes. Mark Reynolds waiting next. And a 3-0. Giambi pops it up back out of play. It was Reynolds who swung at a 3-0 pitch in the 2nd inning and grounded out to short with the runner at 3rd and 1 out. But the runner ended up scoring on a wild pitch when Michael Brantley was at bat. Now this time a 3-0 pitch to Giambi, and he pops it back out of play.
Tito's going to say, hey, my veterans, I'm going to let them go.
Absolutely.
If they get 3-0, they may get a little, cupcake right there. Get after it, man. That may be the best pitch in the at-bat, so go after it if you like it. They've been around long enough. Good pitch down and away.
And a full count.
The game has changed now. You can let a lot of hitters. I've seen number 9 hitters get the 3-0 green light, so it's a different ball game. If a guy's hot or he's swinging well or you have a veteran up there, let him go.
Runner goes, 3-2 pitch, ball 4, it's outside. Back-to-back walks issued by Maurer here in the 4th inning, and it brings up Mark Reynolds, and out comes Carl Willis, the Seattle pitching coach. Obviously familiar to Indians fans after spending almost a decade here with Eric Wedge and the Indians. But Rick, back to your point, you get that 3-0 pitch. So many hitting coaches will tell you, look, that might be the best pitch you get in an at-bat, because a lot of pitchers, even now in this day and age, figure you're not going to swing, so I'm just going to groove a get-me-over fastball.
Well, we see him now throw different pitches as well. On the flip side of that coin, as a hitter, you're thinking, okay, get your fastball. Now, when you're in that position as a hitter and you get a 3-0 pitch, and if you don't get the fastball, you don't swing. Just because you have the green light doesn't mean swing. You have to go. You look for, you shrink your zone down. You look in one little area, your power area, and you look to hit it as far as you can. If you don't get it, you take it. That's what some of the players have to understand. I hate seeing a guy. How about a guy get a 3-0 green light and he fouls it off the other way?
Well, yeah,
you ought to be fined if you do that.
This isn't protect mode.
Yeah.
Now here's Mark Reynolds with 2 on and 2 out. Caught in between. He went too far. Foul back, it's quickly 0-2. He ran that one up there at 96 miles an hour. Santana, Giambi, the base runners. And he strikes him out to end the inning. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, and after 4, it's the Indians 2, the Mariners 1. The wireless receiver only from AT&T Uverse. Rethink possible. By your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. And by Panini's with 18 locations in Northeast Ohio. Gorgeous looking sunset over Lake Erie. And as we go now to the 5th inning, and the Tribe leading it 2-1 over Seattle. So far, about what we expected. When these two teams get together, a lot of times you get low scoring, well pitched affairs. So far, that's what we've seen here tonight. Jimenez has struck out a half dozen Seattle hitters, but what's really the thing that jumps out at you with him and his season so far, in those first 4 starts, he walked 11 batters. In his last 3 starts, plus the 4 innings tonight, he's walked 3.
Yeah. Yes. Command, control, confidence.
Give up hits. That's okay. You'll give up singles. Make them put the ball in play.
Well, he has been a different guy. We're used to seeing him fall behind 2-0. That's the way he pitched last year. And it seemed like since we acquired him from Colorado. But I don't know. The light went off or whatever. Or it's like he has been a different guy. The one that they wanted to see.
There's a called strike. And it
That's
evens the count of 2-2.
Go-to pitch right there. Whenever you can throw that, when you're behind in the count, there's a good low fastball down at the knees and outer half of the plate. Why not? That's the pitch you go to. You don't have to mess around with off-speed pitches. Get yourself a strike, especially with this guy.
Breaking ball hangs up. Full count. Brendan Ryan singled sharply to left field his first time up. 5 for his last 13. Swing and a miss. Jimenez strikes him out. That's 7 strikeouts now for the Indians right-hander. Our AT&T Uverse rewind, and Ubaldo has had strikeouts in a number of different ways. Outside corner, inside corner, a little liner back up the middle. He's also had him chasing up top, chasing in the dirt, and sometimes he's just flat out overpowered him.
In turn, when you start throwing strikes and get ahead of hitters, you're going to strike out more batters. That's like as a hitter putting on a good quality at bat and end up hitting home runs because you had a good at bat. Well, you have a good pitch sequence. His last 2 starts, he's punched out 8 in each start. He has 7 right now. We're in the 5th inning. Well, you know, you're going to get guys to expand their zone a little bit when you're ahead in the count. That's how good his stuff can be.
Michael Saunders has struck out, hit into a double play. Outside 1-1 to count. Threw it by him. 50 out of his 81 pitches have been strikes here tonight. But it's still just a 1-run game at 2-1. Chased one in the dirt. Make it 8 strikeouts for Jimenez.
Watch the pitch move. 2 strikes. Chase out of the zone. Swings at 1 in the dirt.
That's
split.
Probably the splitter there.
I would agree. I would agree. It looks like the split. Straight down. That's the one you can bounce in the dirt. You get the guy to chase. Very good. So 3 straight games with at least 8 punch-outs for Ubaldo.
Dustin Ackley 0 for 2. He has struck out, grounded out. Liner to left, a base hit. Ackley aboard to keep the inning alive for Seattle. And, you know, it's funny how things work out. We talked about earlier how they are hitting just .224 as a team with 2 outs, and yet tonight that is 1, 2, 3 2-out hits.
Well, yeah, but they're 2-out singles with nobody on.
Sure.
You know, I mean, they're harmless hits when you're looking at it. If you're Jimenez, okay, the guy got a base hit here. You didn't walk him. You didn't waste pitches. He got it early to count. Now, if there's men on base and they're scoring on that or they take you deep, it's a different story. You don't mind giving up 2-out base hits after you've retired the first 2. You've taken a lot of aggressiveness away from them. Two-out walks, though, you don't like.
Well, the guy to be concerned right now should be Nick Swisher, because both times Seager has hit bullets at him at first base. But this time he's got a guy that he's holding on, so he's even closer.
He was a little bit closer. You're right.
First time up, Seager bounced one past him, but the second time up, it was Swisher who made the great stop on him. 2-0 pitch. Up high, 3 balls, no strikes. Runner goes on the 3-0, and it's called a strike, but Santana dropped the ball.
Well, it didn't matter. He would have had it easily because 3-0, not a bad count to run on because the guy's trying to throw a strike. So he's not even paying attention to the base runner. Santana comes up and just dropped it. He had no chance anyway.
I think we had a ball loose in the outfield, but Drew Stubs has taken care of that in right. Now a 3-1 count for Seager with Kenry Morales waiting on deck, and he launched a long home run out of here his last time up. 3-1 pitch. Tops it foul. Full count. You'd much rather face Morales next inning leading off than having to face him with 2 on. So Jimenez will probably be going right at Seager as this crowd tries to crank it up. And a big crowd on this Friday night. The 3-2 is, wow, called ball 4. Looked pretty good. So the inning stays alive.
Well, let's look at this pitch on our Nissan pitch tracker. It's a backdoor breaking ball, and it was a good pitch. It didn't look like it missed by much, if it missed. A little breaking ball. Santana's trying to hold that pose for Tim Timmons. But it does not, goes by the wayside. Ball 4 goes as a walk. So first and second now with Morales, the hitter.
Mickey Callaway's second trip to the mound. His first trip was productive because he came right back and struck the hitter out that he was facing at that time. But the last time Morales was up, he clobbered one. Second deck in right field.
Well, anytime he's been inside to this guy tonight, he's hit the ball hard, even if it was foul. For the first 2 times.
Two on, 2 out.
They went after this guy for the Angels, who was switch hitting power guy after they signed Hamilton, and they figured they had enough offense. They traded Jason Vargas for him, a left-handed pitcher that Seattle had now in Anaheim. They were able to get the switch hitter, and they felt he'd give them a lot of offense, especially in that DH role.
2-0 the count, trying to get him to chase. But Morales, looks like he's got a pretty good eye. He doesn't seem to venture off the plate too much. Off speed for a strike. It's 2-1. Well, he had a chance to get out of this one, 1-2-3, but the single and then the walk have extended it. Oh, did he take a little something off and add Morales out in front of that one, 2-2.
There you go. Good pitch. Down in the zone. It might have helped him out. He figured he was going to get another fastball.
And the 2-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. Chased the high heater, and 9 strikeouts for Ubaldo. The Indians maintain a 2-1 lead. Inning. Michael Brantley, Drew Stubs, and Michael Bourne. The Speed Demons due up for the Indians here in inning number 5.
So far, Brandon Maurer has walked 4, struck out 4, has thrown 1 wild pitch. The Indians have only 2 hits.
Right at the second baseman, Ackley, 1 away. Sports Time Ohio and the Indians are providing a great way to get your group to Progressive Field this summer. The Indians Fan Express. For more information on how you can get on board, call 216-420-HITS or log on to Indians.com. Up and away. Stubs takes, breaking ball. For a strike, it's 1-1. Drilled deep right field. Chavez back on the track. He's out of room. It's out of here. Drew Stubs goes opposite field for his 3rd home run of the year, and it makes it a 3-1 Indians lead.
Well, one quick one. That a way to go.
He got the barrel to the bat, and that ball carried out of here as all Chavez could do was watch it go.
And he sliced it right down the line. He caught a 4-seam fastball. which tracked deep into the zone. You see where he got that ball, and he had the top spin on it where it carried down the line into the Seattle bullpen. So one quick hit, one quick run, and then Bourne hits the first pitch for a base hit the other way. Bourne now 2 for 3. He had the infield hit his last time, so a quick run, that's not a bad way to go. That's the 8th home run that Maurer has given up. 5 of those 8 now have come against left-handers. He's only the 3rd righty to get him.
Well, this has been that inning for the Indians all season long, their 5th inning. They have mashed the ball, and they have 14 home runs. That's the best in all of baseball in the 5th inning. 41 runs scored, by far the most. More doubles, more extra base hits, highest team batting average.
5's their lucky number.
Who knows why, yeah. Like we said before, the first inning you can kind of understand why a team might have success. That's the top of your order. The guys that you're counting on to, offensively.
And pitchers aren't settled in yet.
Yeah.
Sometimes they give it up early.
The 5th inning, who knows? We'd have to really delve into it to see, well, who's doing the damage? Is it the same guys all the time? Is it different players? Are pitches up more frequently in that 5th inning? Are pitchers reaching their threshold to where they start to get a little tired? I mean, there are probably a lot of different factors that go into it, but from a statistical standpoint, it has been a very productive inning through the first now 40 games of the year. Terry Francona's not going to ask any questions. He's just going to say, keep doing it, boys.
Sure. That's only one. It's still a 2-run game. You still want to keep adding on. They only have 4 hits. Looked like a little backdoor breaking ball that comes down, and that's probably the same pitch that Jimenez walked that guy on 3-2, Seager. Same spot, down and away.
Chopped to first, foul.
That's one that gets inside on him, and you catch a break because Smoke over there at first base just gets that ball on the foul side. So Kipnis lives for another swing.
Bourne held by Smoke at first. A little bit outside, it's 2-2. 80 pitches for Maurer, just 43 of those for strikes. You see Brantley saying something to Mike Sarbaugh.
You mean Michael Bourne?
What'd I say?
Brantley.
Yeah, him too. There's a line drive base hit. Bourne hits second. He's going to hold right there. He had a good jump and a good read, but that ball quickly got to Chavez in right field. So now 2 on with 1 out as Kipnis follows Bourne with a single.
Well, you're your own base coach right here. You got to have that feeling. The ball gets in the hole, and he knew it was hit pretty hard, but it hits in front of him, not behind him. A lot of times base runners will say, if it's hit in front of me and it's hit hard, it's going to be a tough go to third base. You got to know who's out there in right field, what his arm's like. It would have been close. So Bourne decides, I'm just going to stay here. I'm in scoring position. I'm going to roll it over, let Cabrera have a chance.
Well, his dribble is 0 for 2. Double play ball in the first. He was at the plate in the third when Jason Kipnis was caught trying to steal third to end that inning, then flied out, leading off the fourth. And it's ball one.
So it's 3 straight hits after the Stubs home run, back-to-back singles, and an opportunity for this offense to put another crooked number up on the board.
Right back over the screen. Danny Farquhar just called up from AAA Tacoma. Mentioned him earlier. He's getting loose in the bullpen. Little bit outside. It's 2-1. Indians trying to put a little more breathing room between themselves and the Mariners. Up 3-1. But Cabrera, swing and a miss. 2-2 now. A number of times this year, Cabrera has done some damage with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. For the year, a .233 average when he has runners in scoring position. In between, he almost went around, but he held up, says Laz Diaz. And a full count.
Oh, may have caught a break. That was an angle down there at that low third, and I don't know, from behind Brad Mills, looked like that barrel might have went out in front of the plate.
Two aboard with 1 out. And a 3-2 count. Runners go, and Cabrera fouls it out of play. I like the aggressiveness there. Figuring that Cabrera, you know, if he finds a hole, you got a chance to score 2.
Yeah, he's banking that he's going to put the ball in play.
Even if he doesn't, you might not be able to throw either one of those guys out.
Well, you've got the clear path for Shopik to third base with the left-hander in the batter's box. But he's banking that Cabrera's going to hit the ball.
Ryan had moved in behind Bourne, trying to keep him close.
Sure.
What that does, though, it does open up a huge hole on the left side, and Cabrera can't take the ball the other way. In fact, that's how he hit into the double play his first time up.
Yes, if he goes that way. You know, you got the full count. Sometimes you get a little greedy, want to do too much, not just take what they're going to give you. He's just trying to keep Bourne and those guys, after they ran that first time, a lot closer to second base. He can save him a couple steps. Because if this guy comes out and makes his pitch, he feels he can strike him out. You can get a strike him out, throw him out, and get out of the inning. And that's what he's looking for, because he's struggling right now.
Ryan's practically holding the runner at second base like a first baseman. There's a line drive to right. It's going to be caught. And the runners are caught off the bases, and a double play ends the inning.
That's what happens when you run.
So the Indians get another run home as Drew Stubs homers. It's 3-1 Cleveland after 5.
For Kids Fun Day each and every Sunday home game this year. Plenty of activities for the kids. They get to run the bases after the ball game. And it's presented by Cleveland Clinic's Children's Hospital. Come on out, kids, have a ball.
Ubaldo Jimenez will face Justin Smoke, Raul Ibanez, Kelly Shopik here in the 6th inning. He's at 95 pitches. There is double barrel activity in the Indians bullpen. And ball 1 to Justin Smoke, who has struck out twice tonight. Pop this one up, foul, and out of play. Cody Allen from the right side, Rich Hill, the left-hander. And a hard-hit ground ball by Kipnis with the shift on in the outfield, and Smoke is aboard with his first hit of the night. And now 7 hits in the game for Seattle. That's going to be it for Ubaldo as Terry Francona makes his way to the center of the diamond. So Ubaldo Jimenez goes 5 innings plus a hitter. He gets a couple of claps from Terry Francona. And Jimenez gives up just 1 run and strikes out 9 on the night. Big crowd appreciates the effort. They give him a hearty round of applause. And it's time for today's Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen. Indians with a 3-1 lead. And Terry Francona going to turn it over to his bullpen. That has been outstanding all season long. Rich Hill for the 14th time this year. He'll be facing the left-handed hitting Raul Ibanez.
Yeah, you want to match this left-hander up against a tough left-hander. Ubaldo 5 innings, 5+, the one hitter. Had 9 punch-outs tonight. The only run allowed was the solo home run. So you turn it over to a well-rested bullpen, and also a bullpen that has Vinny Pastano in it coming back tonight.
Hanging curveball hit a long way and well out of here, and that's going to tie the game at 3.
Yes, it will.
Raul Ibanez, home run number 7, RBIs number 18 and 19. And just like that, the Seattle Mariners come back and tie the game. And I mentioned before, they have relied on the home run ball all season long, and tonight it has served them well. The solo shot now a 2-runner, and we're back to even.
Yeah, that's a hanging breaking ball. Andy Dirks got him in Detroit as well with a hanging breaking ball down the right field line. So second left-handed home run he's allowed. So no decision now for Jimenez, and we got a new ball game here in the top of the 6th.
Kelly Shoppach takes a strike. He had gone 51 consecutive appearances without allowing a home run before that home run to Dirks in Detroit. So the second streak didn't last quite as long.
What they say.
There's another long drive deep to right. Stubs back. He has room, and he'll make the catch. 1 away.
Once again, it'll be Rally Cap tomorrow. First 10,000 fans will get a Block C Rally Cap as the Indians continue this series with the Mariners tomorrow afternoon. 1 o'clock start.
Outside corner, called strike to Chavez. Missed outside with it. 2 balls and a strike. Hill ready with the 2-1, and a called strike evens it up. Minnesota leading Boston 2-1. They're in the 3rd at Target Field. Tampa Bay has opened up a 9-4 lead over Baltimore there in the 6th. Detroit, Texas still scoreless. They are in the 3rd in Arlington. A little bit outside and a full count. Now the 3-2. Line drive to left field. And Michael Brantley puts that away for out number 2. It's going to bring up Brendan Ryan, who is 1 out of 2 on the night. Ryan a cut and a miss. Seattle has out-hit the Indians now 8-5. But of their 8 hits, 6 of them singles. It's the 2 that have cleared the fences that have done the damage. The solo homer by Morales in the 4th, and the 2-run shot by Ibanez here in the 6th. And now a 2-ball, 1-strike count as you see Ibanez pulling on some chewing gum. He's been a good, steady player for a long time.
Yes, he has.
There's a drive to deep left center field. It is off the scoreboard. And into second base with a 2-out double is Brendan Ryan. So Hill's given up a home run and a long fly out to right, a line drive fly out to left, and now a double off the built-in out-of-town scoreboard in left field.
Well, went right at him and just got too much of the plate, and he made him pay. It's like that ball stayed in the ballpark. Ryan, of course, does not have a home run, but he hits it deep to left center field. Callaway comes out. He wants to talk to Hill. This will be his last hitter, the left-hander Saunders, I would think.
Well, you got lefty, lefty, lefty. But with 2 outs, you got to get out of the inning. Michael Saunders is 0 for 3.
Well, they're 2-out hitting tonight, 4 for 9 for Seattle.
They came in batting .224 on the year with 2 outs. Rich Hill misses outside for ball 1. Broke his bat, and they'll line it to Kipnis, who makes the catch. But here in the 6th inning, Raul Ibanez gets the Mariners even with 1 swing of the bat, all tied at 3. Is our score as we go now to the bottom of the 6th. Brandon Maurer has gone 5 innings so far for the Mariners. He's given up just 5 hits. Indians got 2 in the 2nd, thanks to a sac fly and a wild pitch. Their only other run came in the 5th on Drew Stubs' homer.
Swisher has walked and scored a run.
What's that part of the game that you were talking about earlier in the day? Maybe it might even been on the pregame show where you talk about tied after 6 innings or something like that, where they find a way.
Yeah, they haven't lost a game when they've had the lead or they've been tied after 6. And we're headed in that direction here tonight. It's a matter of will we be tied or will the Indians take the lead? Charlie Furbush getting loose, the left-hander. Pitch outside. A little bit low. And now a full count. Mauer not happy. He thought he had strike 3 there.
Well, back in the second inning, Swisher led off that with a walk, ended up coming around to score. See if they can get somebody on here. Leadoff man aboard.
Swung out and missed. He comes back to get him. And that's 5 strikeouts now for Mauer. 1 gone here in the 6th. Our in-game recap brought to you by your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers. Kendry Morales with a solo homer cut the Indians' lead in half at 2-1. Then Drew Stubs went deep to put the Tribe in front 3-1. But the Mariners on 1 swing of the bat. Raul Ibanez homering to tie it at 3. Here is Carlos Santana. He doubled and scored in the 2nd, walked his last time up. Down and in with it. Brandon Mauer, a former 23rd round pick back in 2008. Last year really pitched well, was the Southern League Pitcher of the Year. And then the Mariners gave him their Heart and Soul Award after the season. Exemplary play and leadership both on and off the field. Obviously gave you an idea that they were very high on him at the end of last season, but I don't think anybody could have foreseen him making the jump right to the big leagues this year.
Cracking the rotation, you're right. We mentioned it's been since '93 since a guy has jumped from Double-A to get to the big leagues. Mike Hampton was one of them. As you see Joe Smith getting loose.
Santana fouling it off and now a full count. Payoff pitch and a breaking ball got him looking. So Mauer appears to be getting stronger here as the game has gone along. Back-to-back strikeouts to start this 6th inning. Let's get the answer to the AT&T trivia question. 2 of the first 5 players to reach 3,000 did it with the Indians. How about Tristram Speaker and Larry Lajoie?
Yeah, it's going back a ways. 90 and 100 years.
Jason Giambi takes a breaking ball for a strike.
Giambi lifts one in the air to fairly deep center field, but Michael Saunders is there, and the Indians go 1-2-3 for the first time tonight. A look in at Progressive Field and a big crowd here tonight. From our Panini Cam, brought to you by Panini's Bar and Grill. Fireworks coming up after the ball game, but more importantly, the Indians come home tied for first in the American League Central Division. This is the 40th game of the season, but in a dogfight tonight here with Seattle. 3-3 score. Dustin Ackley, Kyle Seager, Kendry Morales. This Mariners club, no joke. They coming off a series win in Yankee Stadium against New York, a series in which they could have very easily swept the 3-game match. It was the first time they had won a road series in New York since 2002.
Well, it's not an easy place to play. We know that. Allen back up throwing for the Indians. But the Mariners, as you mentioned, playing very solid baseball in the last 6 series, 5-0-1. And they do it pretty much on the pitching side of the baseball.
Chopped up the middle as Dribble Cabrera will sling it over, 1 away. Well, and if you just looked at the numbers tonight, if you just looked at your pitching matchup and you're an Indians fan, and you know Baldo's been pitching well, and you saw Brandon Maurer, 5.97 ERA, you're thinking, well, this is a guy they ought to hammer around pretty good. But, you know, if you look closer at Maurer, and I think the way he pitched tonight really bears this out, he had 2 horrendous starts to start the year. 6 runs in 6 innings in his first start. His second start against a Houston club that isn't very good, he didn't get out of the first inning, allowing 6 runs in that start. Other than that, he's pitched exceptionally well. His last 2 starts have been kind of so-so.
But they don't score for him when he's out there.
No.
That's been another key where, you know, they haven't had him. Look, they got 3 runs for him tonight. It's a tie ball game after 6. Now, whether he goes back out there again, I'm not sure, but he fared well. He's a young pitcher that, you know, throws a lot of pitches. He's walked 4, struck out 6, but he has good stuff. That's the key. It's a matter of getting it.
Now the 2-0 pitch. The only thing left to be seen tonight is whether or not the Indians can keep that string alive. They have not lost 20-0 when they are tied or have the lead after 6 innings. It's a testament to how well the bullpen is pitched and how this offense can score at any time, especially late in the ball game. Boy, Tampa Bay still laying it on Baltimore. 12-4 Rays. They're in the 6th. Now the 3-1. And it's outside ball 4. take a look at Brandon Maurer, the Mariners starter, who has, pitched pretty well tonight. He has struck out a half dozen.
Well, you've seen a curveball, a good fastball, a changeup, and a slider. He has 4 very good pitches. He's a big guy, 6'5", only 22 years old.
That's going to be it for Rich Hill. And that's Terry Francona makes today's Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen for Cody Allen. Late innings are brought to you by Captain Morgan Rum. Raise a glass, always in moderation. Cody Allen coming on now to pitch for the Indians. 17th appearance of the year, a win, no losses, ERA 2.45. He'll be on to face Kendry Morales, who homered back in the 4th inning for Seattle. Morales made his major league debut for the Angels back in 2006. But 4 years prior to that, he became the first teenager to ever play for Cuba's national team. At least the first in almost 20 years. Omar Linares did it back in the 1980s. But he didn't just play on that team. He batted cleanup at age 19 for a team that nationally is always very good.
Well, and surprising power. You remember when he was with the Angels, he hit a walk-off grand slam one time, came to home plate, and that's when he had his issues and got hurt. Broke his ankle in a celebration at home plate. Touching home plate coming in. It's such a freak accident.
And took forever for that thing to heal right.
Almost 2 years. The Angels were without him for a couple of years, and he was one of their dominant hitters, at least from both sides of the plate.
Swung on and missed. Good high fastball from Allen. This is a young man that was put in jail twice while he was in Cuba for trying to flee the country. Again, he runs the fastball upstairs by him. One on, one out. Tie game in the 7th. And the 1-2 to Morales. That fastball a little bit too tall for the switch hitter. Ultimately, when Morales fled Cuba, he did so with 18 others. made it safely and set up residency in the Dominican, and then while in the Dominican Republic, he negotiated with teams as a free agent, which is how he ended up with the Angels. He takes a called third strike here, and there are 2 down now in the 7th inning. Well pitched by Cody Allen.
Well, he didn't give a breather. It was all hard stuff. Fastballs above the belt, and there's that one on the outside corner. I don't know if Morales liked the call, but it was a good pitch. He gets the call.
Well, Cody Allen has filled a very important role out of that bullpen. With more on that, here's Katie Witham.
Well, he's definitely feeling good this year. He told me last year he actually pitched more off the first base side of the rubber. He made the adjustment, and now you see him in the middle of the rubber, and it wasn't until that 52-pitch outing against the Red Sox back in April that he really felt like he got a good feel for things, and now in the middle of that rubber, he's seen his breaking ball be more effective to both righties and lefties.
It's amazing how just moving a little bit, one side to the other to the middle can really alter things for a pitcher.
Different angles. It can create different angles for him. It enhanced his curveball and got it back to where it had great bite going down.
Broken bat up the middle. Cabrera flips it to Reynolds, who covers for the inning-ending force. We are tied at 3, and it's time now for the 7th inning stretch. Brought to you by Spitzer Auto World. Life is hard. Buying a car should not be. Three is our score as we go down to the bottom of the 7th inning. And for the Indians, the bottom third of the order coming up here. Eric Wedge goes to left-hander Charlie Furbush. In 15 appearances, 0-2, a 5.40 ERA.
How about this guy, though, with 19 strikeouts in 11 2/3 innings for him? That's incredible. I mean, if he's matching up, he's doing his job, averaging 14.5 per 9 innings. But right now, the Indians are looking for at least 1 run here, 7th inning, to get something going and turn it over to the bullpen. Reynolds is going to lead it off against Furbush.
Last year, he did a terrific job for the Mariners, going 5-2 with a 2.72 ERA out of that Seattle bullpen. Facing Mark Reynolds, who is 0 for 2 tonight. Breaking ball up and away. Furbush spent 2 years back in 05 and 06 pitching at a Division III college, St. Joseph's, in the tiny hamlet of Standish, Maine, all of about 9,000 residents. Popped back out of play, but he pitched so well that by 2007, He transferred to LSU, which has always been a prominent school in college baseball. He really had no plans on pitching professionally. He was going to be a sports management major and maybe get into the sports world that way.
I think he picked the right route.
Well, the next thing you know, the Tigers made him a 4th-round pick, and the rest is history, as they say.
Yeah, he was part of that Pfister trade, wasn't he? Pfister going
yes.
to Detroit. Furbush heading out west to Seattle.
Checked in the dirt. 3 balls and a strike. Yeah, Doug Pfister and David Pauly went to Detroit. Casper Wells, Francisco Martinez, and Charlie Furbush all went to Seattle. The 3-1 pitch to Reynolds. High drive, deep center. Saunders back on the track and now comes in a few steps to make the catch. Boy, off the bat, it looked like maybe it had a chance, but whatever breeze we have is blowing in, not out. So it might have knocked it down just enough to keep it from going out of here. I don't know.
When you see a ball come off his bat, a lot of times you think, okay, you're expecting things to go out. He hit it to the big part of the ballpark. He hit it well, but not good enough. He knew it.
And now Michael Brantley 0 for 2. Brantley has struck out, grounded out. And the pitch is low and away. Back out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. When Charlie Furbush was drafted by the Tigers back in the 4th round in 07, it didn't take long for all the stress and wear and tear to rear its ugly head. In 2008, he was down for the whole season with Tommy John surgery. And so in 2009, he spent part of the season on the DL, coming back.
Well, an injury that gets almost every pitcher.
But 2 years later, he made it to the big leagues for the first time. And now the 2-1 to Brantley. That's popped to the air. Ryan, the shortstop, has it 2 away. Let's go back and check our keys to the game from earlier. Ubaldo Jimenez hoping to continue that trend. You know, there was some good, but a lot of pitches early, I think, maybe took its toll. He was lifted from the game after a leadoff hit in the 6th inning. Get to Mauer early. Well, that didn't really work out. He did give up 2 runs in the 2nd inning. But that's been it. Drew Stubs homered his last time up. Took it to right field. And a good breaking ball. And a count 0-2.
It gave him a 2-run lead. Watch a 4-seam fastball up and out over the plate that he let track deep into the zone. 1 out. They had a couple of base hits after that, but you know, those were 3 of the 5 hits in that inning. So Stubbs made it a 2-run game until they tied it up with their own 2-run homer.
And he strikes out here, so the Indians 7 straight have been retired by Mariners pitching now, and we'll go to the 8th, tied at 3. by authority of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. 3-3 our score, 8th inning. Cody Allen, who got the last 2 outs of the 7th, stays on to pitch here in the 8th. And he'll be facing Raul Ibanez, who tied this game up with a 2-run homer in the 6th off Rich Hill. Ibanez, Kelly Shopik, and Andy Chavez due up.
With his home run back in the 6th inning, that's 28 home runs now by Seattle outfielders. Mike Morse has 10. Ibanez now with 7. So that's a lot of home runs by the outfield.
Checked his swing. It's a strike. 1-2 the count. Minnesota continues to lead Boston at Target Field 2-1. They're in the 5th inning. 1-2 pitch. Smash to left. A base hit for Ibanez. His 3rd hit of the night.
Hey, that guy can hit, boy.
Well, he's taken one up the middle. He's pulled a home run to right, and he's gone the other way now for a base hit here in the 8th.
It's going to be a fastball that's elevated, but he just slaps it the other way. Take what they give you, and there it is. He takes a single the other way. That's 10 hits now for Seattle.
And Kelly Shopik 0 for 2 with a walk as the batter. Shopik squares. He bunted it foul.
Boy, it was almost down the line. I think Santana tried to hurry up and pick it up
Sure
so
did.
he could get the lead runner, and they would have had an easy double play. And I'll tell you, if it was foul, not by much.
Looked like he picked it up right on the line.
Well, that ball, watch, it rolls out 3 feet. There it is. Pick it up. That's a tough angle. But they would have had the lead runner, and if it was fair, it would have turned into a double play easily. That's exactly what Santana hoped for on that play.
Reynolds in on the grass at 3rd. Shopik squares, bunts it. This time it's fair.
Yep, gets the job done.
Cody Allen takes the out at 1st. Kipnis covers, 1 away. As promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. This was a nice play by Nick Swisher early in the game to take a hit away from Kyle Seager after he had hit one past Swisher earlier in the ball game. Terry Francona going to go back to his bullpen here. And the 3-3 our score. Seattle has the go-ahead run in scoring position with 1 out in the 8th inning. Andy Chavez will be the batter, 1 for 3 on the night, and the new pitcher is Brian Shaw. Right-hander on for the 16th time this year. No wins or losses, an ERA of 1.93. 18 2/3. He's walked 7 and struck out 19. And a pitch in the inside corner for a strike.
Well, Ibanez at second base, not the fastest runner out there for the outfielders. If there should be a base hit, they could have an opportunity because they're not too deep with Chavez at the plate.
The 0-1. Just missing. 1-1 to count. Mariners 0 for 5 with a runner in scoring position. All their runs have come on the home run tonight. Solo shot, 2-run blast. The 1-1. Ripped out of play. You wouldn't know it to look at him, but Andy Chavez is now 35 years old. He originally signed with the New York Mets back in 1996. And he was an 18-year-old at that time. Venezuelan native. Made his major league debut with the Kansas City Royals. The Royals Rule 5'd him out of the Mets organization. But he's been one of those guys, serviceable, not spectacular, but certainly a guy that.
Fourth outfielder?
He's kept himself in good shape, so, he's always available. And yeah.
He's made a decent living.
You're not kidding.
Playing baseball.
The Expos, the Phillies, the Mets, the Mariners, the Rangers, the Orioles. It's actually his second tour of duty with Seattle. The 1-2 pitch. Hit on the ground by Shaw. Cabrera short hops it, throws it on the run. And at 35, Chavez can still get down the line in a hurry. Close play. But Cabrera gets him for out number 2 as Ibanez moves to third.
Shaw was pretty smart. He took his hands back. He was thinking of going after that ball and then took it back. As Cabrera comes in to field it and make the play at first base.
And so with 2 down, Brendan Ryan would be the batter. Ryan is having a good night swinging the bat. He's 2 for 3. But with his struggles of late, you have to wonder, would he ever try a squeeze here, a suicide squeeze?
With 2 outs, it'd be the element of surprise and Reynolds in. Yeah, he's got 2 hits tonight. He's got his confidence flowing.
Yeah. If he was 0 for 3 on a 149 average and sinking, maybe different situation.
I watched him walking up to the plate. He did take a peek back at the dugout to see if Eric Wedge was going to pinch hit for him in this situation. And as a hitter, you never want to do that. You're thinking you're hitting at all times. But he went walking up. He took a look back.
Fouled right back. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Good pitch by Shaw.
There's the slider.
Now Ibanez at third. The go-ahead run with 2 down. This crowd up on its feet. The 1-2 pitch up high. 34,282 here tonight. 6,700 walk-up. 6th largest walk-up in this ballpark's history. Shaw. Time called as Santana wants to go out.
Well, got to get on the same page. This is the number 9 hitter. This is the guy you have to get. guy that's hitting, what's he hitting, $165? So you got to retire him.
And that was after he came in hitting 149.
Yeah, he came into the game, you're right, with 2 hits tonight. So get on the same page, make your pitch, and let that team get back into the dugout.
Seattle has 10 hits on the night. The 2-2. Fouled right back. Once again, the 2-2 pitch. And that, I think that was a defensive swing because the ball was bearing in on him. He'd already started to commit, so he couldn't get out of the way. He was just hoping to foul it off to keep from getting hit.
He's lucky he did. It would have hit him in the chest. This ball, I mean to tell you, look at that. That would have got him right in the middle of the chest, and he was able to get bat on it. I don't know how. He's lucky that ball didn't hit him.
The 2-2. Swung on and missed. He got him. Much to the delight of this crowd of better than 34,000. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. Still tied at 3. Three our score. Bottom of the 8th inning. Top of the order for the Indians. The left-hander Charlie Furbush staying on. He retired the side in order in the 7th. Bourne, Kipnis, Cabrera for the Indians. Michael Bourne is 2 for 3. Infield hit in the 3rd, a base hit to left field in the 5th.
Well, this crowd is looking to see him push one across.
Man, Bourne takes a strike. Chris Perez getting loose in the Indians bullpen. Down low with it. 1-1 to count. Yankees shut out Toronto 5-0. Detroit leads Texas 2-0. They're in the 5th. Minnesota ahead of Boston 2-1. They're in the 5th at Target Field. White Sox out in Anaheim to take on the Angels at 10 o'clock.
1-1 pitch. Missed inside with it. Carter Capps has pitched well for Seattle. He's getting loose. Now the 2-1 to Bourne. Driven to deep right field. Back is Chavez, and he'll make the catch. One gone. Here's our in-game box score, brought to you by your Northern Ohio Hyundai dealers. Michael with a couple of hits at the top. Jason Kipnis. Carlos Santana with a double. Drew Stubs, the solo homer. Giambi brought home with a sac fly. Another run scored on a wild pitch. So not a lot to write home about offensively tonight.
No, they've also walked 4 times, but in the hit department, only 5 hits.
Jason Kipnis, 1 for 2. Walked in the first.
Seven times this year the Indians have had 5 hits or less, and they've been able they are 3 and 4 in the first 7 games. Not an easy thing to do. You have to have outstanding pitching. And locked in a 3-3 game, they're going to have to find a way to get some more.
Kipnis way out in front of it. Strikes out on 3 pitches here. 2 down. As Charlie Furbush has retired all 5 that he has faced, and that's going to be it for him. Eric Wedge knows all about Asdrubal Cabrera, and he wants to turn him around here. He'll go to Carter Capps with 2 gone in the 8th, and the game tied 3-3. Indians Live coming up after the ball game here on Sports Time Ohio, brought to you by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. The highlights, analysis, and a whole lot more. It's a 3-3 ball game here in the 8th inning. Bases are empty with 2 down. Asdrubal Cabrera coming up. Carter Capps is coming on. 17th appearance of the year. 2-1, a 4.35 ERA. Look at that though. 27 strikeouts and only 4 walks in his 20 2/3 innings.
This guy's got an extremely good fastball. He's up there. He can get it up above 95. Last year, I mean, for the time that he appeared, which was a short period of time, he averaged 98.
So Asdrubal Cabrera 0 for 3 on the night. He grounded into a double play in the first, flied to center in the 4th, and lined into a double play in the 5th. There's that fastball at the knees for a strike. Caps is 6'5". There's that breaking ball. I tell you, it's interesting for a guy who's 6'5". He's almost like the old school drop and drive. He doesn't stand tall in the delivery, as they say.
No, and it might be tough to pick up the baseball coming out of this kid's hand. Watch where his arm is. Down, he never shows you the ball, and next thing you know, it explodes on you.
And that one exploded past Cabrera at 96 miles an hour.
See, watch, you never see his arm come down. He hides the ball behind his leg, and then he comes out at you, and all of a sudden, it's on you.
That was in the glove before Cabrera got the bat through the zone. There's the 1-2. Just got a piece of that one upstairs. The 1-2. There's that slider, and got a piece of it, did Cabrera.
Well, that slider, that breaking ball is anywhere from 79 to 82, 83.
Yeah, that's more like
and
a
he's
curveball.
throwing 97. That one is, yes. And I mean, he's throwing 97. So that's a pretty big variance, 17 miles per hour.
The Eastern North Carolina native, born in Kinston. The 1-2 pitch, up and in with a fastball. He was a compensation third-round selection by Seattle back in 2011 out of Mount Olive College in North Carolina, which is a Division II program. Set an NCAA record. He won his first 24 decisions. His only loss in 2 seasons was in the Division II College World Series, as that ball is shot out of play at 98.
Starting to get loose now after about 7 pitches.
Two down, bases empty. Game tied at 3, bottom of the 8th. Cap's taking a long time, and now Cabrera steps away. Now Kelly Shopik's going to go out and deliver the message firsthand. You wonder, Kelly Shopik was a teammate of Asdrubal Cabrera's here in Cleveland. He knows the type of hitter he can be. Obviously, you always want to work off the strength of the pitcher. And this guy's throwing at 98 miles an hour. There's not a whole lot to the imagination, is there?
He can locate his fastball. He can throw one of those breaking balls. It's, he doesn't have a large history with any of these guys whatsoever. He was only up for umpteen games last year. 18 games with Seattle, so.
2-2. Strikes him out with the off-speed pitch. We stay tied at 3 as we go to the 9th.
Time Ohio immediately following the ball game. The highlights, the analysis, the interviews that you look for, it's all straight ahead. Brought to you by Conrad's. Chris Perez coming on now for the Indians, trying to keep this a 3-3 ball game here in the 9th inning. Brian Shaw worked 2/3 of a scoreless inning with a strikeout. Perez will be facing the top of the Seattle order.
Yeah, so now it's up to the bullpens, and both teams with very good bullpens. Seattle has some power arms coming out of that pen, as well as the Indians. So it's back up to the top of the lineup for Seattle here in the top half of the 9th inning. They have out-hit the Indians today 10-5, but they're even in the run column. That's where it counts. They've left 9 stranded, the Indians just 3.
Big chopper to second base. Jason Kipnis throws out Saunders, one away.
Well, that you certainly like. That leadoff hitter gets the first pitch and grounds it into an easy out.
Here is Dustin Ackley, 1 for 4 on the night. Dustin Ackley is one guy that pitching coach Carl Willis probably really has taken a shine to, because Ackley hails from the University of North Carolina.
Yeah, you think he's been on him forever, hasn't he?
1-1 pitch. Chopped foul, third base side. Probably asking him if he can use his alma mater connections for any tickets in the offseason over there at
True blue North Carolina fan, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Perez deals, and Ackley fights it off the other way. One-two delivery now. Swung on and missed. Perez with a strikeout. 2 gone on the ninth. 12th strikeout for Indians pitching here tonight.
Well, Perez good rides the fastball up by him. Up and away. Couldn't catch up to it. Gets the second out.
And we'll bring up Kyle Seager, who is 1 for 2, walked each of his last 2 trips. Twelve strikeouts tonight for Indians pitching. The most for the Indians so far this year, when they struck out 16 against the Red Sox on April the 16th. Fastball in there for a strike, 1-1. Breaking ball and a good slider over the outside corner, 1-2. Now this crowd making a little more noise on this Friday night. Over 34,000, everybody up. The 1-2 pitch. Fouled back out of play.
Yeah, this is nice to see. A lot of people. That lower bowl is full. The upper deck. They want to see the third out here, and they want to see him get a run, and they want to see their fireworks show. In that order.
They're not asking for much. The 1-2. High pop. Right center field. Stubs and Bourne. It'll be Bourne who makes the catch. Chris Perez works a 1-2-3 top of the ninth. Tied at 3.
Bottom of the 9th inning. This crowd, this team, this town has been in the crosshairs of the national media because of the lack of attendance up to this point. But we've all said the same thing for the last couple of weeks. Wait till the weather starts to turn. Wait till school gets out. These fans, they'll come out. And they're here tonight. Now we'll see if the Indians can send them home happy. 3-3, bottom of the 9th. The pitch. Swisher fouls one back. He had a good one to try to hammer.
Well, they were sitting in that dugout watching him last inning throw some fastballs by Cabrera. And you've got to turn up the dial a little bit if you want to catch up to this guy's. Caps has got a great one. And also the slider to go with it. Or that breaking pitch. That one there. 78 like a curveball.
It's not
too
really
slow
a
for a slider.
Yeah. The scouting report I had on him was fastball slider, but that maybe he's featuring both, or maybe just sometimes he wants a little more break on it. I don't know. The 0-2. I mean, a true slider, Rick, if you're throwing 98, should be in the 90 probably?
88 to 90, yeah. 88 to 90, 91, yeah. If you're throwing a slider or a cutter, it's going to be a hard one too. When you see that much difference in the speed, you would think it's a curveball. But, you know, it doesn't matter. It's a breaking ball. It takes you off the 96, 97.
The 1-2.
Ooh. And, I mean, he gets it up belt high right there. And then that one was right there, right around the belt. See, Shopik wanted it up around the letters because you're not going to catch up to it up there. But this one was belt high. But when it's got that much giddy up on it and that little extra pick-me-up, it's tough to get the bat head out front.
And you're down on the count.
Yeah, you got to protect for that breaking ball as well.
There's that.
That's more of a slider.
Yeah, that had some sharp movement to it.
Yeah, and that was 84, but that didn't go straight down. That's a good pitch inside.
Nick Swisher leading off the bottom of the 9th. The 2-2 pitch fouled out of play. Occasionally, the one knock on Caps with that breaking ball is that it'll flatten out. He'll spin one up there,
like any pitcher,
and that's when he can get hurt.
Like any pitcher, hanging breaking balls go a long way. The one thing I haven't seen though with his good 98 is a changeup.
He's got one, or so the report says, but I haven't seen it either. He's been all fastball, breaking ball, and a good at bat for Swisher. He was down 1-2. He has worked it back to 3-2 now. Carlos Santana waits on deck. Swisher bangs it on the ground to first. Smoke will flip it, and Caps covers for out number 1. One year ago today against the Seattle Mariners, Carlos Santana with a walk-off base hit to win a ball game. I believe that was Brandon League that gave it up. Well, let's see if Santana can do it again. Although if he does it this time, it'll have to be the bench or the fence clearing variety. Though with one out, any old kind of base hit will do.
Yeah, you just get on base. Let things happen. You get late in the game, and a lot of people, they think, all right, one swing, let's go home. It doesn't work that way a lot.
By the way, remember how Tampa Bay was laying waste to Baltimore? It's now 12-10. The Orioles have roared back. They're within 2 as they go to the 9th in Baltimore.
American League East showdown.
Santana gassed with a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, but forget about what the radar says, folks. This ball, you can tell it gets on the hitters in a hurry. They don't pick it up.
You don't see it because his hand, he hides it behind his leg. And Santana's as good a fastball hitter as anybody the Indians have.
So when he's
and I'll
late,
tell
you know.
what, if he's tardy on it because he gets it geared up. Other teams, they only show him the fastball. This guy's throwing them at him.
Pops him up. Ryan, the shortstop, catches it, 2 down. And that will bring up Jason Giambi, the veteran versus the youngster. The pitch. And a fastball just missed down and in. The pitch. And it's called a strike. Giambi doesn't think so. It's 1-1 now. Ooh,
Well,
I think
you know what? He's been calling those balls most of the time, so the young kid might have got one there.
22-year-old Carter Capps, 42-year-old Jason Giambi. The right-hander sets. And the 1-2 pitch. High fastball. But Giambi got a piece. Shopik wants him to
get it up
out of the strike zone. He does, but Giambi won't chase 2-2. Now the 2-2 offering. High pop. Right center field. In comes Chavez to make the catch. And the Indians can't solve this Mariners pitching staff. We'll go to extra innings tonight, tied at 3. Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's, feed your wild side. 3-3, 10th inning. And Vinny Pistano just activated from the disabled list. And back here tonight with the Tribe, 9th appearance of the year, 2.25 ERA. He had some soreness in the elbow. They shut him down. As Terry Francona said, it was more out of precaution than anything else. So for Vinny, just getting some rest, doing some rehab, and pitched at Lake County the other day, scoreless inning, had a strikeout. He said, okay, I'm ready. Let's go.
Well, he couldn't wait to get back. You don't like sitting out there. For both these teams, they have both played 3 extra inning games. The Mariners are 1-2. The Indians are 3-0.
And a strike to Kendry Morales, who homered back in the 4th. That got the Mariners their first run of the game. Santana out to talk with Pistano. Morales striking out each of his last 2 times up. Line drive center field. Bourne makes the catch. 1 away. That will bring up Justin Smoke, also 1 for 4 on the night. He singled and scored ahead of Raul Ibanez's home run in the 6th inning. Detroit leading Texas 2-1. They're in the 7th in Arlington. Lined out of play to the left. Minnesota continues to lead Boston 2-1 in the 7th at Target Field. White Sox have jumped out to the early lead in Anaheim, 1-0 over the Angels, while Kansas City and Oakland are scoreless in the 1st out at the Coliseum. Here it's 3-3 in the 10th. A 1-1 pitch. Smoke fouls it back. One-two pitch. Again, Smoke fights it off. Got a piece of Smoke on the leg, so home plate umpire Tim Timmons going to give him a little extra time to get the feeling back. First of 4 between the Indians and the Mariners, and this one's going into the 10th inning. Upstairs with it. 2-2. Shift on for Smoke. 3 on the right side. Another foul by the switch hitter. And you see the defensive alignment. Bourne shading him the other way in the outfield. A lot of times with the infield shift, the outfielders shift the opposite way. Not always, but in many instances you'll see that.
Pull on the ground with that breaking ball, and they'll go the other way in the air. Well, he's staying alive.
Yeah, this will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat coming up. And Pistano with a 2-2. Upstairs with a heater. Full count. Raul Ibanez waiting on deck. And the payoff pitch is fouled back again. Three-two. He missed with it, and it's ball four, so a good at bat for Smoke.
Yes, it was.
He's aboard with one away for Raul Ibanez. Now Ibanez has had a very good night at the plate. He is 3 for 4 with 2 singles and a 2-run homer. That homer tied the game in the 6th inning, and the game has remained that way ever since.
Watch him pick on this hanging breaking ball from Rich Hill. And that went a long way. That tied the ball game up. And we've been locked up ever since. That was the top half of the 6th inning. Ibanez came back to get his 3rd hit in his last at bat, a single the other way.
Line toward right. On the move. Stubbs makes the catch. Scampering back is Smoke. 2 down. Couple of line drive outs. And now Kelly Shoppach coming up. You know, a lot of times you think to yourself, hey, you know, an out's an out. Who cares, right? Sometimes for Vinny Pistano, I've seen him walk off the mound angry because he gave up line drive outs. He expects nothing but perfection from himself.
Well, when you've been out and you've been on the disabled list, the one thing that's going to go is a little control, you would think, coming back into the heat of the battle here.
Well, you would think it'd take a little time to get that feel back.
So, I mean, I understand what he expects or demands out of himself, but, you know, we can certainly understand where he might be a little rusty.
I think Kelly Shoppach was looking fastball there. That looked like the old Bugs Bunny changeup. That thing almost never got to home plate, but Kelly was swinging from the on-deck circle. The 0-1. Whoa, there goes the bat. Nothing in 2 the count.
Haven't seen that in a while.
Now, Pistano has just crossed him up with those first 2 pitches. He's looking for fastballs, and he's not getting them. Once again, this crowd up on its feet. With Smoke at first base and 2 down. Pistano's 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss. He strikes him out. Pistano took 3 pitches to retire Shoppach. And the Mariners do not score in the top of the 10th. We stay tied at 3. 3-3, bottom of the 10th inning. Mark Reynolds, Michael Brantley, and Drew Stubs due up for the Indians. Carter Capps, who has retired all 4 that he has faced, will stay on to work the 10th. And this Mariners pitching staff is now combined to retire 13 in a row.
Yes.
You go back to that double play that Cabrera lined into
Right.
with 2 on and 1 out right after Stubbs had hit the home run. They had a 3-1 lead. Looked like maybe a chance to blow it open, but he lines into the double play, and they haven't had a base runner since.
No, they have not. That bullpen, we told you, they're awfully good at Seattle, and you could see why. But they have the opportunity here, bottom of the 10th inning. It's going to be Reynolds, Brantley, and Stubbs.
Carter Capps has been impressive.
Yeah, on the Seattle side of the ball, they've only pitched 3 guys. It's been 6 for the Indians.
The right-hander deals. And a breaking ball first pitch in there for a strike. Capps is a young man who, when he was in high school, he was a catcher. And that's what he loved to do. He had no interest in pitching. But he had a little trouble with the throw down to second base. Just the catch and release was giving him troubles.
At 6'5", you can understand why.
Yeah, mechanics might have been
Quick
just
feet.
right. So he goes to college. He still wanted to be a catcher, but they had a senior catcher at the time, and the coach said, we've got us a senior catcher. Maybe you might want to go down to the bullpen and see how that works out. And he started lighting up his bullpen sessions, and the next thing you know, Mount Olive College had themselves a blue chipper.
Yeah, I'll say, with an arm like that.
Imagine that, though. You recruit a kid, or he comes to college, and it's a Division II program, and you think maybe he's going to be a catcher, and the next thing you know, he's throwing 97, 98 miles an hour.
Well, when you can see an arm like that, the coach finally says, yeah, why don't we try this?
Takes down low, does Mark Reynolds, 2-2 the count.
I mean, a perfect body style for a pitcher. Look at him. Tall,
Yeah.
long, lean. And very young.
Just 22 years old. The 2-2 pitch. Right back to the screen. And it bears repeating. I mean, he's 12-0 with a 1.59 ERA, 110 strikeouts, 13 walks in 96 innings in his 2 seasons at Mount Olive. And his only loss in 2 seasons was in the College World Series. 2-2 pitch. Reynolds strikes out. Second strikeout for the Seattle right-hander. He has retired all 5 that he has faced, and that's going to be it, as Eric Wedge will go back to the bullpen.
I mean, when you watch this ball, wait until you see it. When do you see it? There, you finally see it, and it's on you. It's past you by the time you can pick it up and recognize it, and it probably seems like he's throwing 110.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, that's in super slow-mo.
Super slow motion. I don't know how many.
Litke's coming on when we come back. 18 consecutive Indians batters, as left-hander Lucas Litke is now into the ballgame. 8th appearance of the year. He's had his troubles with a 6.35 ERA, but he's on now to face the left-handed hitting Michael Brantley, who is 0 for 3.
Well, last couple of guys come in, both went an inning and 2/3. I'm talking about Charlie Furbush and Caps. He went an inning and 2/3, struck out 2 and zeros the rest of the way. So they have been very good.
And Brantley swings and misses. Litke's only pitched 5 2/3 innings on the year. Here's a high fly ball over near the line, and Banez can't get to it. In those 5 2/3 innings that Litke has pitched, 3 of them came in one outing. His longest outing in his career, 3 innings against Houston, in which he gave up 2 runs on 5 hits. So that's almost half of his total right there in one bad outing. Now the 1-2. Breaking ball is down low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Drew Stubs waiting on deck. Slowly chopped up the middle. Backhanded by Ackley. Low throw. What a pick at first base by Smoke. And that's out number 2. And if he doesn't come up with it, Brantley's on, and who knows. But
well, that's why you need that first baseman. Why a good first baseman defensively, when you can pick balls, you save your infielders a couple. You know, if you save each 3, 4 errors a year like that, and good first basemen certainly do. Your other infielders love them. They like a big target. They're not afraid to throw it anywhere.
Drew Stubs 1 for 3 on the night with a home run. Outside, ball 1. In his 6 innings of work so far this year, Litke has not allowed a home run. Joe Smith would be coming on to work the 11th. Drew Stubs is all that stands between that happening. And if he gets aboard, we'd turn it over to the top of the order, and Michael Bourne would be next. Taking all the way, it's in there, 3-1. Outside, ball 4. So the Indians have speed aboard with 2 out in the 10th. And Michael Bourne coming to the plate.
Yeah, and that was their first base runner since the 5th inning.
15 in a row. The Mariners retired. But they've got a chance now with Michael Bourne coming up and Stubs at the plate.
Well, I think we're going to see a few throws to first base here in this situation, too, with Stubs over there. They know he can steal a base. He's 4-0.
Well, so we also have to see what kind of a move Litke has. And Bourne takes the first pitch strike. Brantley Bourne an infield hit in the third and an opposite field single in the fifth.
Outfield for Seattle very deep. No doubles defense trying to cut anything off. There's great speed on first base, and Drew Stubs can really run. They are really going to have to plug a gap, to send him and find a hole out there because they are very deep.
And a fastball misses outside. 1-1 the count. Bourne a swing and a miss, and now a ball and 2 strikes. John Adams banging away. 1-2 pitch coming to Bourne. Stubbs takes off. The throw to first. They'll throw down to second, and they didn't get him. He is safe. Stubbs asks for time. Stubbs was going on first movement. He took off. Litke went to first. Smoke looked like he made a pretty good throw, but I don't know if Ryan just simply missed the tag or what.
Well, I'll tell you, that's how you can run. Sometimes when you get picked off, you can't stop. You just go and try and beat the throw off a left-hander.
I think he just beat it. I think he just flat out beat it.
You watch. There's the throw to the inside, and there's the foot on the base. That was a good call. He tagged him up around the stomach area, so now he's in scoring position, and Bourne has a chance to win it.
The 1-2 pitch. Check swing. It gets by the pitcher. Second baseman Ackley, no throw. Bourne with his second infield hit of the night. Almost a replay of the one he had earlier, where he just kind of tapped it. Once it gets by the pitcher, though, you almost have no chance to get him. He's so fast.
Well, yeah, that's almost like a drag bunt.
Yep.
You get it past the pitcher, the second baseman's back with the winning run in second base, so you're trying to knock everything down. So Bourne now with 3 hits, 2 of them identical. The winning run is at third base. Kipnis is going to be the hitter, and Carl Willis is going to go to the mound to talk to Litke.
Well, Litke's going to have Jason Kipnis, who has walked and singled tonight, struck out his last time up. It'll be a lefty on lefty. But if Kipnis can come up with a big hit, then the Indians would be victorious because the winning run is just 90 feet away. Not to mention, the Indians scored a run in the second inning on a wild pitch, so anything gets loose.
Well,
and Stubbs with his speed could score.
The funny thing is this inning there was 2 outs, no harm, no ball, and then all of a sudden he just got wild. And he walked Drew Stubs. And then he had Bourne down in the count. Stubbs stole second after they had him picked off first base. Little infield hit, and you've got some excitement here.
First and third, 2 down. Bourne takes off for second, and Litke delivers a strike.
Not worried about Bourne. He means nothing. Now the play, the infielders have to go to first base. How about a drag bunt here?
Kipnis with a long fly ball, deep right field. Chavez back. It is gone! The Indians win it on a 2-out, 3-run homer by Jason Kipnis. He's made a living this year with first-inning home runs. Tonight, he brings down the curtain. Jason Kipnis delivering in front of 34,282 tonight. A thrilling win for the Indians as they open up the homestand in grand style. His first career walk-off home run. The Tribe has now won 8 of 11, 15 of 19, and they are 23-17 and will stay in first place in the American League Central Division.
Wow. Improbable comeback. They had retired 15 in a row till the Indians finally reached base with 2 outs, and they didn't stop.
Well, let's go ahead, Rick, and take a look at our key play of the game brought to you by KeyBank.
Well, let's just see a replay of what just happened. I want to see a breaking ball coming off the bat to Jason Kipnis, and he hits a liner. I didn't know if it was going to stay up high enough. You knew it was going to be a hit. Ends up being a 3-run home run. Walk-off 3-run home run. Look at him. He is pumped up, and Kipnis has been on fire in the month of May. And that is going to be our KeyBank replay. Visit your local KeyBank branch for low rates on a home equity or auto loan. Certain conditions apply. See your branch for details.
A great win for the Indians tonight here at Progressive Field. 6 of the 7 home runs that have given Cleveland a lead this year by Jason Kipnis. This one sends everybody home happy. Indians Live is coming up next.